Blue Sox baseball is back. Live from Donovan Stadium at Murnane Field, it is opening day in the Perfect Game Collegiate Baseball League. Tonight's matchup, the Utica Blue Sox hosting the Oneonta Outlaws. It's a pleasure to be with you tonight. I'm Morgan Spriggs alongside Killian Heffron. As we get started here with the Oneonta Outlaws lineup, Gus Simon leads off in right field. Blake Fortunato is at shortstop batting second. Maxwell Bowers is in left, hitting third. Chris Florentino is in center batting fourth. PJ Strand, the designated hitter, batting fifth. Colton Penner, the first baseman, batting sixth. Ryan Johnston, the third baseman, batting seventh. As the first pitch is a little bit high for ball one, and finishing off that Oneonta lineup, Matthew Mayer batting eighth, and the pitcher, Zachary Rowe. John Regas is the starting pitcher, and his 1-0 pitch is tailed out to right field into foul ground near the visiting dugout. It goes up and over the stadium.
Well, Morgan, Utica last year led off a very good season, placing third in the East Division, and they're taking on this Oneonta team that ended up 9-32 in their division. So certainly Oneonta looking to have a bounce back year as they open the season up, visiting the Blue Sox.
That ball is low. It's now 2 balls and 1 strike to Gus Simon, the right fielder, number 3. And here's Regas with the pitch. Swung on and hopped to the left side and foul. It is 2 balls and 2 strikes. The opener of the 2026 Utica Blue Sox season. They finished in third in the division last season and lost in the first round of the playoffs to eventual champion Socrates. Regas with a 2-2. That is going to be outside and hops away from the catcher, Ian Wirtz. Count is now full on Simon. Regas standing still, now in his motion. And the pitch is a slow ground ball along the third base side, and that'll drift out of play, foul.
Well, if you're Simon, you like what's going on here. You're making contact, just hasn't really been able to get his pitch quite yet, but he's been able to extend this at-bat and run up the pitch count here pretty early.
Simon takes some time out of the batter's box, gets a new stick, takes a deep breath before planting both feet in the batter's box. Regas with another 3-2 pitch on the way. Here it comes. It is right down the heart of the plate for strike 3, and Regas gets off to a great start in his season. He strikes out Simon, the first batter he sees on the year, and there's 1 down.
Well, like I said there, Morgan, was more of an extended at-bat, but was able to find the dead center of the zone right there at the very end. Perfect pitch, called strikeout.
Now here comes the shortstop, Blake Fortunato, with 1 down and nobody on. Regas with a first pitch, and that is tipped foul to the screen. 0-1. It is a beautiful day for opening day. It got pretty windy before the game. It seems like the wind has subsided just a bit, and we're in the low 70s in temperature. So just a gorgeous day to play some baseball here at Donovan Stadium at Murnane Field. No balls and 1 strike, and Regas with the pitch. That ball is a little bit low, 1-1. The middle of the infield is playing deep on the grass. Normal depth at first and third. Outfield also playing at normal depth. And the 1-1 pitch is going to be a little bit low, so it's 2-1. So a couple of off-speed pitches for Regas, trying to get a swing, but Fortunato's been pretty patient there.
Yeah, hasn't quite worked on Fortunato yet.
3 balls and 1 strike on the off-speed pitch in the dirt into the glove of the catcher, Ian Wirtz.
But Morgan, I think it's pretty obvious here that Fortunato's got a good eye for these off-speed pitches. He's not biting here early on. Let's see how they try to attack him here on the 3-1.
The right-hander throws it a little high on the fastball, and a 5-pitch walk to Fortunato, 1 on with 1 out.
Yeah, that fastball had some good movement to there at the end. Just missed it a little high, like you said, but
Up comes Maxwell Bowers, the left fielder, and Right after the first pitch of this at-bat, we'll introduce you to the starting pitcher, John Regas, getting the start for Doug Dillette, the head coach in his 7th season. First pitch is lined to center, and moving over to play it on a hop is Jones. Moving over to third, and it's going to be first and third for the Outlaws. In the first inning, they get off to a great start, moving up to third base will be Fortunato, and Bowers has himself a single.
Oneonta's done a good job so far getting good contact there, finally able to put one into play. But seen a lot of foul balls so far from the Outlaws, but that time able to get one in play.
Regas delivers with a first pitch, and that's going to get the call for strike one to Chris Florentino, the center fielder. And just a little bit of information on the starting pitcher, John Regas. He goes to college at Caldwell University, and he calls Lincoln Park, New Jersey his home. Foul ball to the screen. It's quickly 0-2.
You're saying Regas from New Jersey. You have a lot of players on this Blue Sox team from this general northeastern quadrant of the U.S. Obviously, you got some very notable exceptions on this roster, but a good chunk of this team is from the northeast portion of the U.S., so pretty regional roster.
Pickoff attempt to first, diving back in safely is Bowers. We got Fortunato at third base. He walked and advanced to third on the single for Maxwell Bowers, who evaded a pickoff attempt at first. The count 0-2 to Chris Florentino. And the pitch is fouled on the line drive to the right side. Out of play. It's 0-2 still. Bowers was taking off on that pitch, and he would have stolen second easily if that pitch wasn't fouled off, meaning he has to go back to first. An additional note about this game, the lineups are a little bit different. Utica, will be batting 10 players. They get the extra hitter. It is their choice. Oneonta with 9. Swing and a miss, struck him out. Second strikeout of the game for John Regas. And there is 2 down in the inning. Regas trying to pull off a big pitch early in the first with 2 men on. Both of his outs have come via the K. Now coming up is P.J. Strand, the designated hitter, number 22.
Designated hitter number 22, P.J. Strand.
Regas' first pitch, a check swing, and that is going to be ball one, a little inside.
Everyone attention, the eligible to receive a coupon for a free taco, courtesy of Taco Bell.
As part of an in-game promotion, if Strand strikes out from Regas, everybody gets free Taco Bell. A little bit outside into the glove of Wirtz, it's 2 balls and no strikes. And so it seems Killian that Regas has walked 1, he struck out 2, so he's either been very wild or very locked in. It's kind of a tale of 2 games already in the first.
Yeah, it's kind of just depends on the batter, right? Some batters, he's going full count.
Ground ball to shortstop, and the throw is in time with a nice stretch by Jacobs across from the throw of Flashner, and Regas strikes out 2, strands 2, through a half an inning. It is no score. We are back here in the bottom of the first, and with Oneonta warming up on the diamond, it is time to get your Utica Blue Sox lineup. Leading off is Michael Flashner at shortstop, then batting second, Jack Sweeney in right field. Xavier Smith, the extra hitter, is batting third. Bowden Fernsler, the second baseman, is batting fourth. Ian Wirtz, the catcher, batting fifth. Robbie Carvelli, the left fielder, batting sixth. Justin Levine, the third baseman, batting seventh. Alex Jacobs, the first baseman, batting eighth. Adrian Diaz, the designated hitter, batting ninth. And Connor Jones, the center fielder, batting 10th. And the pitcher, as we saw in the first inning, is John Regas. And Killian, you look at this team for the Blue Sox. Excitement is in the air for a team that made the PGCBL playoffs in 2025 but lost in the first round. Why should someone look forward to this season of Blue Sox baseball?
Well, Morgan, the Blue Sox walk into this season with high expectations, and they look to have their offense back that up. Utica has the talent on their roster this year with contributors such as R.J. Tame putting up big offensive numbers last season. Expect Utica to be setting the tone this time around with their offense, which is the first step to a squad that hopes to be able to make a deep run this year.
Up first is Michael Flashner up against starting pitcher Zachary Rowe for the Oneonta Outlaws. No score, bottom first, opening day here in Utica. And the first pitch is called a strike to Flashner. Something interesting about Flashner is his grandfather wore number 3 in baseball, so he has a big diamond-encrusted 3 chain over his neck, even though he wears number 5. Ball blocked in the dirt for ball number 1 to the catcher, Mayer. 1 ball and 1 strike. Flashner takes a fastball low, didn't even think of swinging, and it's quickly 2-1.
Yeah, Flashner, I haven't seen him swing quite yet at this at-bat, just kind of waiting for that perfect moment here to strike.
2 balls and 1 strike. Here comes the pitch. That's a little bit on the edge of the strike zone, but it gets the call from the home plate umpire. It is 2-2.
Yeah, and you notice they're trying to go outside on Flashner. All 4 pitches so far have been offerings that have been towards the outside of the plate. A couple of them have caught the outside edge of the strike zone there, but they're really trying to work that area.
The count runs full as Flashner looks at a ball going away. Flashner's nickname is Flash, which is fitting because he stole 17 bases at the College of Staten Island this season, most on the team. 3 balls, 2 strikes. First batter of the season for the Utica Blue Sox in a scoreless affair. And Rowe with the pitch. That is going to be in there for strike 3, a delayed call by the home plate umpire, but Flashner knew it, and he is retired looking. So 1 down in the bottom of the first on a K.
Well, both teams starting off their games very similar with the first battle. Both of them having counts that go full and getting the looking strikeout.
And let's take a look at the defense for the Oneonta Outlaws. As that first pitch goes away, it's 1-0, but let's take a look at this defense right here.
And Zachary Rowe been very pinpoint with his accuracy so far, only really throwing the one side of the plate at that first at-bat. That most recent one kind of took a deflection off the catcher, went flying into the netting for ball 1.
1 ball and no strikes. Sweeney wraps one to the left side and well out of play, bouncing near the Utica dugout. It's 1-1. Sweeney goes to college at Rutgers. Batting here in the 2 spot right after Flashner got caught looking after a long at bat. Most of the infield is playing deep. The outfield is playing at normal depth here on this beautiful night. On the edge of the strike zone. And that is going to be 2-1. One out here in the first in row with the pitch. That is going to be called for strike 2. So quickly, Rowe is pinpointing those pitches for strikes, and after he got the first hitter Flashner out, he seeks to start his season with back-to-back Ks as the Outlaws, last in the division last year, travel on the road seeking to have a better season with playoff hopes in the air. 2-2. grounded alongside the left side again, and another foul ball. It stays 2-2.
Yeah, that one kind of curved up at him at the last second there. Had to swing to just fight that one off. Wasn't really expecting that to be where it was. Stays alive in the at-bat, as the song suggests.
Staying alive, playing on the loudspeaker right before a 2-2 pitch. Rowe waits, deals. That is foul tipped right at the mitt of Mayer, but it's not caught by Mayer, and so it stays 2-2. So a couple of foul balls here by Sweeney. A nice at-bat to begin. It seems like these Utica hitters are really trying to extend the pitch count of Rowe.
Bit of luck there for Sweeney. That one was pretty much in and out of the catcher's glove.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, none on. Bottom first, the pitch is a high fly ball hitting a shallow right field. Coming in is Gus Simon to put it in his glove for out number 2. Now it is Xavier Smith, number 10. He is the extra hitter. That's part of the rules of the PGCBL. You can use the extra hitter if you want an extra batter, but Oneonta is not going to do that today, so an extra hitter for the Blue Sox only. Xavier Smith, 5'10" junior, batting in the right-handed hitter's box. He goes to Millersville for college, and the Pennsylvania native waits for the first pitch from Rowe. And it is going to be low on the strike zone for strike number 1.
Yeah, Smith, one of the biggest pieces of this Blue Sox team that returned from 2025, posted a great batting average last year, ended up hitting 336.
Yeah, that ball nearly hits Smith, and it's 1-1. But they call it a ball. At Millersville in 2026, 291 batting average for Smith and 887 OPS in 51 games started. 1-1 the count. Rowe, ready, deals. And that's a high breaking ball that doesn't catch the zone, and a favorable count now for Smith, 2 balls and 1 strike. Beautiful, gorgeous day here at Donovan Stadium at Murnane Field. The sun is just threatening to set, though the clouds still high in the air and the sky blue. Another breaking ball, that curves in for strike number 2. So we have deuces wild, 2-2 the count and 2 outs in the bottom of the first. Rowe looking for a scoreless inning. Struck out the first batter, then a fly out to right. That ball gets away to the backstop, past the glove of the outstretched Meyer. And it's 3-2. That went to the backstop. If there's any runners on base, they would have certainly advanced.
Yeah, both pitchers today have had issues with control and finding the strike zone. That's another example right there.
Tapping the bat once after getting back into the batter's box is Smith. He waits for a 3-2 pitch from Rowe. Here it comes. It is outside, ball 4, and there's the first hitter to reach base this season for the Blue Sox. It's Smith on a walk. So there is 1 on with 2 away in the bottom of the first.
Now batting from Novi, Michigan, second baseman, number 8, Bowden Fernsler.
Now it is Bowden Fernsler who takes his turn in the cleanup spot to hit. Fernsler is a Michigan native. The junior, standing at 6'2", goes to Lafayette. 4-year varsity starter and 2023 state champ in high school. 1 on with 2 away. Smith getting a short lead on at first. Rowe's very much aware of that. And the first pitch is right down the heart of the plate for strike 1. No balls, 1 strike. Rowe deals, and that is going to be tipped foul behind home plate, and it's 0-2. Fernsler, in high school, was also an all-KLAA selection. It was an all-district selection for his district in Michigan. So a decorated player in high school, playing college ball at Lafayette, now here for the Blue Sox as the 4th hitter in the lineup for Coach Dillette. Line drive to the right side, and that'll go over the visiting dugout onto the grass beside the stands. 0-2 still.
First time we've seen Utica get into an 0-2 hole in this game. Let's see how they're able to work this one and see if Fernsler's able to work his way back.
Smith at first, 2 out. 2 strikes to Fernsler. And the pitch is a high fly ball twisting into center field. Florentino goes back, looks up at the wall, and then hops at the base of the wall. Here comes Smith rounding third. He got the go-ahead. He is going to score. The throw goes into third, and headfirst sliding in safely is Fernsler. That is an RBI triple, and the Blue Sox take their first lead of the season, 1-0.
Well, that's the kind of thing you'll see in these ballparks. They're pretty deep for college standards, so you'll get a lot of extra base hits, and that's one right there. That one was a perfect shot into dead center, bounced off the warning track, off the wall, and then from there it was just all the speed of Smith and Fernsler to secure that triple.
After that RBI triple for Fernsler, who's at third, here comes the catcher Ian Wirtz, and he takes the ball high. It's 1-0. So this crowd electrified at that triple as it kept carrying and carrying. Florentino kept following it back. There was a chance that it may have gotten out, but with 390 feet being the dimensions of center, that would be a hard task had it landed on the base of that wall. 1-0. And Wirtz swings and misses. It's 1-1 on that fastball. So nice 2-out hitting.
And I mean, Morgan, if the conditions were like they were earlier when we had a bit of a heavier wind, that might have been able to carry out just off that wind alone.
Rowe with a 1-1 pitch to Wirtz, and he barely makes contact. A late foul ball behind home plate. It's 1-2. You got Bowden Fernsler at third base. Creeping down the line. He was doing that earlier, now he's much more stuck to the bag. 1-2 the count to Ian Wirtz, 2 out in the inning. 1-0 Utica. And here comes the pitch. There's a high fly ball into right field off the end of the bat, and that drifts out of play, foul, and that goes off into the metal bleachers and up and over the PA tent.
Rose having some issues avoiding contact here on his pitches. Number of foul balls and obviously that triple.
Count 1-2 to Wirtz, and here it comes, and that will be just off the plate to the Lehigh graduate, or excuse me, the Lehigh student. Count 2-2 to Wirtz as he sips back into the batter's box. Fernsler on at first, not a big lead down the line. And here comes the pitch from Rowe, and that's going to be inside on that bouncing ball. It almost hit him, and the count runs full, 3-2. That's another full count for these Blue Sox. They're really running those counts high. I'm sure Coach Stillett would love that, to see these pitches get extended, these at-bats get extended, and the pitch count going high.
Yeah, third full count here in the first inning for the Blue Sox.
3-2 to the catcher Wirtz. That is going to be down the middle of the plate for ball number 4. It was just a little bit on the inside. It looked deceptive. It looked like it might have been strike 3, but not actually what it is. It's a ball 4, and Wirtz is on at first, as we have a mound visit with Rowe after he lets another man get on base. First and third with 2 out.
Well, it was a strong start to the game for Rowe. Pitch count was getting ran pretty high, but he was still managing to get the outs. But over these last couple of batters here, he struggled to close out these at-bats, and so good decision there. Just talk to him, calm him down, especially with 2 runners on here.
Here comes the left fielder, Robbie Carvelli. Fernsler on at third, Wirtz at first, 2 out. And the first pitch from Rowe is hacked on and missed on the fastball. It's 0-1. Long first inning for these Blue Sox.
Yeah, Utica's done, like you said, they've done a great job extending these at-bats, but also those hits and those walks certainly haven't helped Oneonta either.
And Robbie Carvelli cuts and misses again at the heat. It's 0-2. 2 men on, a chance for the Blue Sox to add on and put up a crooked number here in the first. Rowe checks third, eyeing the lead runner Fernsler. He's set, he throws an 0-2 pitch, and that swung on and missed, struck him out. So Carvelli fans, Rowe strands 2 runners on base, but the Blue Sox get on the board first. It's 1-0 here on opening day. Stay right with us. We're back here in the second inning. 1-0 Blue Sox. Colton Penner will bat first for the Outlaws, facing Regas after a scoreless first. First pitch is in for strike 1 to begin the second frame. The wind is picking up just a little bit now. Sun still shining towards left field. 0-1 the count, and Regas delivers. And that ball is lined into center field, and that settles down for a base hit right in front of Connor Jones, the center fielder, and a leadoff single for the Outlaws, trailing 1-0 in the second.
Well, these two teams starting off this 2026 campaign with a matchup against each other. Their most recent meeting came on July 27th of 2025, which was a 7-3 Utica Blue Sox victory. Austin Soker was credited as the winning pitcher, and Noah Clausen was credited with the save.
First pitch is a fly ball towards right field. Sweeney moving over, diving past the line, and he runs out of room near the fence, and that's nearly strike 1. Batting for the Oneonta Outlaws is the third baseman Ryan Johnston, number 8.
Yeah, Morgan, I think that one might have took a deflection off his glove. He was so close to getting that ball.
He was just leaning over towards the fence and ran out of room, and the ball may have clanked off of his mitt. So Johnston batting. Penner is at first on a single to center in a 1-0 game in favor of Utica. Regas set on the rubber, and his 0-1 pitch is swung on and missed. Got the fastball past him, and it's 2 strikes. Pickoff attempt towards first. In there safely is Penner, as Jacobs tried to apply the tag, but a little too late. A couple pickoff attempts already so far in this game, here early in the second. 2-strike pitch is bounced low in the dirt in front of the catcher, Wirtz. It's now 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Like you were saying about the pickoff attempts, we've definitely had a number of those so far in this game. None of them successful quite yet, but we did see Oneonta try to steal back in that first inning, and Utica obviously wary of that prospect here in the second.
1-2 pitch from Regas. Swing and a miss, and he struck him out. Thought he may have gotten a piece of it on the foul ball. Turns out Johnston fanned, and there's 1 down. Now batting, Matthew Mayer, the catcher. And the first pitch bounces low for ball one.
Rodriguez has had much better control here over his pitches to start off this second inning.
There's a line drive that went off the mound. Shortstop makes a great play, and it's a double play as Fleshner hit the bag at second and throws to first to complete the twin killing. That is a 6-3 out, and that retires a side for John Rodriguez and the Blue Sox. We are through 1.5 innings, a 1-0 score in favor of the Blue Sox. We're back here, bottom of the second, 1-0 Blue Sox. And Killian, what have you seen from this Utica squad so far early into the game?
Well, obviously you had that big triple there from Odin Fernsler, but I think for Utica, the big thing in this second inning is going to be continue extending the at-bats against Rowe, because Rowe threw quite a few pitches there. He threw 32 in that first inning alone, and the quicker they can get the starter out of the game, the better of a chance this offense is going to have to really do some damage against Oneonta.
Justin Levine, the third baseman, gets his first at-bat of the season, facing Rowe to lead out the bottom of the second, and the first pitch curves outside, and it's 1-0. Levine goes to Caldwell, and he's a Staten Island New Yorker. 1 ball and no strikes, and that pitch is lined sharply down the third base line, but foul into the corner, 1-1. Levine has had an exceptional career in college. At Caldwell this season, he had a .408 batting average. That's second in the conference with 11 doubles, 5 home runs, 28 RBI, with a .537 on base percentage. That was first in his conference. 1-1 from Rowe is a chopper hit to Fortunato at shortstop, and the throw is straight and on line to Penner for the out. 1 down on the 6-3 ground ball. Alex Jacobs, the first baseman, takes his turn in the lineup. Jacobs throws left but bats right, standing at 6'4". He's from Palm Beach Atlantic University.
Yeah, with that height, going to be one of their more menacing hitters.
And he slowly hits one towards first base. Penner trying to cover, and he does for the out, number 2. Gone in the inning. So a couple of quick ground balls. First to shortstop and then to first. And now it is Adrian Diaz, a designated hitter, taking his turn in the lineup. Batting ninth. Diaz standing in and wiggling his feet in the batter's box. Waits for the first pitch from Rowe. And he slowly hits it towards Fortunato, who's waiting at shortstop, and he fires it over to first for out number 3. And that was a quick inning for Rowe and the Outlaws. Much needed. We're through 2 innings, 1-0 Blue Sox here on opening day. Stephen Clark, the second baseman, leads off the top of the third inning here on opening day with the Blue Sox leading the Outlaws 1-0. Riga still on the mound after 2 scoreless frames. And Clark hammers the first pitch to center field, and that drops in front of Jones for a single. So 1 pitch, 1 on for the Outlaws in the third inning. And Killian, we look at Zachary Rowe, the pitcher for the Outlaws, with a 5-pitch second inning. It seemed like that mound visit did him really well after he gave up that RBI triple.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Utica, they still were able to get contact in that second inning, but they weren't really able to get any elevation to it. Just kind of bounced it right to the shortstop multiple times in that inning. And so now if you're Oneonta, you're going to be much more confident now. You know your pitcher is starting to get things back under control.
Gus Simon takes a strike after showing bunt. Second hitter in the inning for the Outlaws. This is his second at-bat. Riga's set, ready to deliver a 1-strike offering, and that is a breaking ball swung on and missed, and is quickly 0-2. Clark on at first. Fortunato on deck. Simon at the plate. 2 strikes on him. Early on here on opening day. Regis with the pitch. That ball is hit towards Levine at third, who goes the short way to second for the out. The turn towards first. Safe, not in time. So it's going to be 2 out now. Got the lead runner at second base, but at the trail runner. Clark is out, Simon is safe. Now here comes Blake Fortunato, the shortstop. Number 7. Just an absolutely gorgeous night here at the ballpark for the first game of the PGCBL season for the Outlaws and the Blue Sox. And the first pitch bounced low at home plate. It is 1-0.
And this is marked 2 consecutive innings that the leadoff pitch has been a base hit for Oneonta.
1-0 is a fly hit towards left. Carvelli moving back. He backpedals and hauls it in for the out. There's 2 out in the inning. That ground ball that was hit towards third base is actually out number 1, so excuse me on that. Now it is Maxwell Bowers, the left fielder, batting next with 2 on and 1 away. First pitch from Regis is low to the dirt.
And Bowers singled his last time up, so you know that Regis is going to be really wanting to get that revenge on him.
One on and 2 out in the top of the third. Outlaws looking for the equalizer. Breaking ball called a strike as it curved towards the outside of the plate. Nice pitch there from Regis as he's looking to continue hitting the zone. Hard into the glove of Wirtz. That fastball gets the call for strike 2. It's 1-2. Simon is the runner on at first, 2 out. Regis leans in and checks first. He's now ready for a 1-2 pitch. Here it comes. The runner takes off, and that is bounded towards first and foul. So Simon will have to retreat towards his base.
And Morgan Regis has shown great control since that first inning, throwing much less balls than he did compared to the amount of strikes he's thrown over the second and third compared to that first inning where we have multiple full counts.
Simon still at first. And Regis with a 1-2 pitch. That is low and outside. To Maxwell Bowers. So 2-2 with 2 out and 1 on. Regis ready. Delivers. 2-2 pitch outside. That is ball number 3, so the count is run full to Bowers. Here in the top of the third, 1-0 Utica on opening day. Rigas trying to hold Simon on at first and not let him score and keep the game right where it is. Simon takes off. That ground ball is bounded towards third, and it just drifts to the left of the chalk line, and that is another foul ball, so it stays 3-2, and the at-bat continues.
Yeah, they checked Simon earlier in this at-bat, and he's still trying to get off. He knows he's got that speed to pull off a steal, get in scoring position.
Simon has tried for a steal multiple times, and he goes again on a fly to center. Moving in is Jones. He loses his cap as he tried to make a catch. It drops in front of him, throw towards third, and that's a little wide of the mark to Levine, whose tag was applied late, and that is going to be 2 on with 2 out. That was a base hit for Bowers, and then he advanced to second on the throw. So 2 men in scoring position for the Outlaws in this third inning. And John Rigas is in a little bit of trouble. And some members of the training staff are coming out onto the diamond. It seems like Bowers might be hurting as he went towards second base. We can't obviously tell anything just yet, but they're certainly giving him a look.
Yeah, you imagine it would have occurred during the slide.
Yeah,
at the end.
probably. When he tried to take second, it was a smart move because Jones's throw to Levine was a little bit up the line. And that was a smart play to take second and getting scoring position for the upcoming Chris Florentino. But he may have gotten roughed up, but he's going to stay right on second base, at least for the time being, so he's not being taken out of the game. We'll keep an eye on that, of course. So, to reset, it's 1-0 Blue Sox in the top of the third inning. There is 2 out, but the Outlaws are threatening with 2 on. Simon at third. His head start as he went on the pitch gets him to third. Singling and advancing to second on the throw is Bowers. Now it is Chris Florentino, the center fielder, with a big opportunity. A single could get 2 in and give the Outlaws the lead. First pitch from Rigas is going to be ball 1. So first real threat for John Rigas as he tries to get through 3 scoreless innings.
Yeah, we saw Utica get a runner on third back in the first inning. They were able to get out of that with 2 consecutive outs.
Cut on and missed on the off-speed pitch. It's 1-1.
But for the Blue Sox, they know they can handle this situation. Let's see if they can repeat the results that we saw back in that first inning.
Second and third, 2 out. 1-1 pitch to Florentino. And he watches a breaking ball bounce in the dirt. It's 2-1. So Rigas just trying to get some swings on those off-speed and breaking pitches, but hasn't been able to. And now in danger of giving up the lead. Florentino steps back into the batter's box, waving that bat above his right shoulder. And the 2-1 pitch from Rigas is another low one, and again, no swing. It's quickly 3-1. So 1 more ball, Florentino walks and the bases are loaded. That is a very plausible scenario.
Yeah, so far only 1 walk on the night thrown by Rigas. Hoping this isn't number 2 right here, because it would be certainly not the best spot.
3-1, and that is lined sharply in foul. 3-2. So the bases are 2/3 full, but the count is completely full. There is 2 out in the top of the third with the Outlaws threatening to score. Three and 2 coming to Florentino. Rigas delivers, and he hit him. So that's going to be bases loaded on the hit by pitch. So Florentino takes his base as he has struck, and the bases are juiced now for the designated hitter, P.J. Strand.
And Strand strikes out 8 in tonight's game.
Yeah, Strand, who grounded to short earlier on in this game today, has to be hoping that he doesn't experience a similar result, because big opportunity here for Oneonta to do some damage.
First pitch to Strand is a breaking ball low, and it's 1-0. So Rigas is flirting with danger. Just one out here, one more out of Strand gets him out of the inning unscathed. But it's tough. Bases juiced. The 1-0 pitch is another one outside. It's 2-0 on a couple of pitches that got away from him. So 2-0. Simon is at third. Bowers is at second. And Florentino's at first.
And this is a good mound visit call here by Utica. Just calm things down a little bit. Talk to your pitcher and let the strategy here help your team get out of this scenario, because right now Utica hasn't really been able to keep Oneonta off base here in this third inning.
Mound visit is over. The count is 2-0. Rigas. Here it comes. And that is lined past shortstop into left field for a base hit. Simon scores, getting the wave around is Bowers. The throw to the plate is not in time as Maxwell Bowers slides head first safely. That is a 2-run single for Strand, and the Outlaws take the lead 2-1.
Well, like we said there, Morgan, that's a huge situation for Strand to be able to get that base hit, and flips this game on its head. Now 2-1 Oneonta. And they were able to do what they couldn't back in the first inning and get the runners home.
Here comes Colton Penner to hit, with the Outlaws having their first lead of the ball game. And the first pitch is strike number 1. To reset, we got Florentino at second, and the big hero, P.J. Strand, with a 2 RBI single at first. So Rigas just trying to get that last out and get out of this inning, which has turned really into a nightmare. Both runners getting their leads, both of them short leads, and Penner cuts and misses. It's 0-2.
Well, this is a good sign here for Rigas, able to get ahead in the count. Now you can maybe work this a number of ways, just try to figure out what is the best way here to take down Penner.
Ryan Johnston on deck, 0-2, and Penner hits it off the end of the bat, and that goes foul to the right. That ball really didn't have much of a chance of staying fair. Both runners took off just in case it landed in fair territory, but it did not. So the count remains 0-2 before this fourth pitch of the at-bat. Rigas, who just gave up 2 runs in the inning, all earned, trying to get out of the jam here and keep it right where it is. Rigas is set, checks second, throws home, and that will be strike number 3 as Penner swung and missed at the pitch outside. So Rigas strands 2, but the Outlaws take the lead. We are through 2.5 innings with Oneonta leading 2-1. We've returned for the bottom of the third inning with the Outlaws taking a 2-1 lead on a 2-run single by PJ Strand. The Outlaws putting up a strong offensive effort. They're really getting a lot of runners on base, Killian.
Absolutely, and the Outlaws, they were able to finally cash in on those runners on base back in the top of the third. They struggled doing that earlier on in this game, but now Utica facing a 1-run deficit here. Let's see how they're able to manage this with Jones leading off.
Connor Jones, many call him CJ, wraps the first pitch right to shortstop. Fortunato picks it up, throws it low. Nice pick there by Penner at first. And there's a 1 pitch out to Lowe, who got a 5-pitch inning last frame, gets another quick out.
Yeah, Lowe had just a great inning his last time out after struggling during the first. And now back to the top of the order for the Blue Sox, and really the top of the order wasn't able to do quite much. It was actually the 4, 5, and 6 hitters that were able to start doing the damage for Utica.
The lineup card turns over to Michael Flashner with 1 out. And the first pitch is pumped in there for strike 1. So Flashner, the CSI Dolphin, tied first on the team in hits in 2026, a first-team All-ECC selection, second on the team in batting average. And an 0-1 pitch gets the call on the outside corner for strike 2, so Flashner quickly in a 2-strike hole. Let's see if the speedy Flash can get on base here for the upcoming Xavier Smith. 0-2 high from Rowe, 1-2.
Well, in that situation, I mean, ahead in the count 0-2, why not try to throw a high fastball? Just make him swing it in at something.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Base is empty, 1 out, third inning. The pitch from Rowe bounces into the dirt as Meyer made a nice slide to block it. And the count evens up, 2-2. Flashner swings at the 2-2 pitch, and that is a skied foul ball down the left field side. It'll be a souvenir for somebody, I'm sure. And of course, the PA system playing Staying Alive on another foul ball to keep the at-bat going.
Well, it's been a great job at Flashner to get out of that 0-2 hole.
Let's see if he can make the most of it and get on base here. 2-2 pitch from Rowe is inside as Flashner took a step away to get away from the pitch. Count runs full, 3-2. So Rowe, after a quick out of Jones, a 1 pitch out to be exact, a longer at bat for sure, Flashner. Another 3, here comes the 3-2 pitch, and that is swung on and driven into the left center field alley, and it will be caught for the out by the left fielder Bowers. And there's 2 away.
Right fielder, number 17, Jack Sweeney.
So Oneonta here looking for a second consecutive 1-2-3 inning. And they've gotten the first 2 outs here in the bottom of the third. Sweeney flew out to right last time up.
Rowe's first pitch to Sweeney is foul tipped to the backstop, 0-1. The right fielder steps back into the batter's box, trying to get his bearings. 4-0-1 pitch, as Rowe has been dealing here ever since he gave up that triple to score the first run of the game from Fernsler. That's 1-1 on a fastball outside, no chase.
Yeah, Rose struggled to make the Blue Sox chase on those upstairs pitches so far in this game. He's been getting a lot of his outs through ground outs or flyouts.
1-1 the count. Rowe delivers. That's hacked on and missed for strike number 2. So Rowe is 1 strike away from getting out of the frame, working another quick inning here in the bottom of the third. Outlaws have the lead 2-1 in a fun game so far. Game 1 of the season for both squads. Rowe is set. Here comes his 1-2. Off the end of the bat, that's a foul ball to the screen near the fans. So the count stays 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here on a gorgeous opening day. Another 1-2 pitch coming here from Rowe. He waits near the rubber, and the pitch is a hopper in the right field for a base hit past Clark. And so that's a 2-out single for Sweeney. And the Blue Sox have something cooking here in the 3rd.
Well, Utica, the last time they were able to put a run on the board, which was in the bottom of the 1st, it was all with 2 outs. They didn't have a base runner on until Xavier Smith got walked, and speaking of which, he's up now.
So maybe some more 2-out magic for the Blue Sox. Here in the 3rd, Xavier Smith takes his turn. Walked his first time up, as previously mentioned. First offering from Rowe sails high into the glove of Mayer. Excuse me, it's 1-0. So Smith with an opportunity. If he gets an extra base hit, he could tie the game. One ball pitch is inside again. It's 2-0. Fernsler on deck. He's a dangerous hitter, as we saw in his first AB.
Yeah, Rowe's starting to struggle a little bit here in the bottom of the 3rd, and so they'll do another mound visit. And the last time they did the mound visit, it worked absolute wonders. Got him out of that 1st inning, and then they went 1-2-3 in the 2nd, but we'll see if this has the same effect.
2-0 the count. The mound visit has concluded, and Rowe steps back under the rubber with his left foot. And Smith is back in the chalk. 2-0, count is in Smith's favor with a runner on Sweeney, the runner, at first. 2-0. Runner stays put, ball 3. So now in this situation, first 3-0 count we've seen all night, Killian. What do you do if you're Smith? Do you wait for a great pitch to hit, or do you try and take ball 4 and bring up Fernsler?
Well, for Smith, I think if he's going to swing at something here, he's got to be absolutely sure that it is his pitch.
He didn't think that was his pitch, but it's strike 1 as Rowe tries to climb back into this count. Sweeney inching past the first base with a short lead. 3-1 the count. Rowe deals. Outside, ball 4, so Smith walks. So it's been a single and a walk with 2 out, and it brings up Bowden Fernsler, who has been the big star in the batter's box this game. He hit an RBI triple to center his last time up.
Yeah, and he really was fairly close to having that one out of the park. He hit it into the deepest part of Murnane Field. Dead center 390 feet out, and that ball was quite literally placed directly under the 390 sign.
Yeah.
So we know he's got the power. Let's see what he can do here with 2 runners on.
The Michigander stands in the batter's box in a great situation. First and second, though 2 out. Rowe with his first pitch, and that is going to be ball 1 just off the corner.
And Rowe's just suddenly had issues throwing strikes.
He has, and Fernsler certainly wants to make him pay if he gets the right pitch. 1-0. First and second occupied. And that pitch is flown deep to right center field. Florentino is going back, and he makes the catch, going to the wall. That ball was given a ride by Fernsler, but he can't get a run home. We are through 3 innings. The Outlaws lead the Blue Sox 2-1.
We welcome you back here to Murnane Field as the Utica Blue Sox trail the Oneonta Outlaws 2-1 following 3 innings of play. New pitcher in here for the Blue Sox.
Yeah, exactly right, Killian. It's going to be Rowan Shaw. He goes to Franklin and Marshall, and in 6 appearances in relief in 2025, he struck out 4. He had 2 Ks in the game against Dickinson. So coming out of Franklin and Marshall's second pitcher following Regis and his 3 innings. The sophomore standing at 6'1". Could be a good option for Coach Dillette.
Yeah, Regis had some issues there during the second and third, so they elect to go to a new arm. Let's see what effect this has for this Utica defense. Last year, Utica boasted the best fielding percentage in the league.
Exactly right, Killian, and this fielding percentage has stayed at 1,000 here at the start of the season. No errors so far, so it's been clean defense all around. And that's a big part of why Coach Gillette has never had a losing season as head coach. He consistently puts out great defensive lineups.
So they will start out with Ryan Johnston here, struck out back in the second inning. And it'll be the first batter faced on the day for Shaw. Infield all playing at a normal depth, maybe a bit deep for second and shortstop. The leadoff offering is outside ball 1.
It is up to Shaw to keep this game where it is right now. Make it a 2-1 game going into the bottom of the frame and give your hitters a chance to make some noise.
So Shaw's first pitch was a ball here. Here's the follow-up pitch, and that one's high. Ball 2. Having to duck out of the way of that one a little bit there was Johnson as he thought that one was coming for his head. Curved away just at the last moment. So now here to 2-0 to Johnston. The delivery from Shaw. Swung on and fouled up high. And that one will not be recovered. It's somewhere out in the parking lot.
Yeah,
so
it drifted out of play, Killian. I thought it may have gone onto the roof. We could have heard a metal sound. If it did, maybe it went up and over the seating section. Nevertheless, it's just strike 1.
That's a good confidence builder there for Shaw. Was able to force Johnston to make a bit of a panic swing there. As now here's a 2-1. The pitch. And that one's going to get away, but it'll remain a ball. 3-1 now to Johnston. Nobody on base, so nobody eligible to advance, but that could have been a bit of a costly mistake there for Wirtz at catcher.
The ball went right through the 5-hole, right between his legs, but the mistake does not prove costly because the bases are empty.
So now here's the 3-1, and Johnston flies this one into left center field. 4 people backing up to it, and eventually the center fielder, Jones, comes in and makes the catch for the first out of the side.
Connor Jones has been pretty active in center field. There's been a couple of singles hit towards him in center as he tried to get it. This one, however, was able to be placed in his glove. There was a high towering drive by Johnston. Looked pretty good off the bat, but ended up falling pretty shallow into left center.
So this brings up Matthew Meyer, grounded into a double play his last time up, hoping for a better result this time around. Not much more damage you can do in terms of outs than that. And so the leadoff pitch to Meyer is inside ball 1, nearly hit him. Oneonta back in the third inning was able to get 2 runners home. They lead this game 2-1. Utica took a 1-0 lead back in the bottom of the second. Now the Outlaws trying to extend this lead as this one's in for a called strike. 1-1.
Shaw's looked pretty good so far, controlling the strike zone, trying to find the right pitches.
He's had quite a bit of movement on his pitches too, which is always good to see. So here's a 1-1. And that one's just outside ball 2. So Meyer being a lot more selective with his pitches today here in this at-bat, not swinging at the very second pitch he sees. which is how he got into the situation that he was in last time, grounding into that double play. Just did not pick a good pitch to swing at. As it's delivery from Shaw, that one's flied in the center. Turning around is Jones. He sets under it, and he will make the catch there to retire Meyer. So 2 consecutive flyouts to center. Both Johnson and Meyer are taken out by Jones, and this will bring up Stephen Clark. He singled his last time up in the third and ultimately ended up scoring a run. And he did it on the very leadoff pitch. Now we're facing a different pitcher this time here in Shaw. The leadoff. Swung on, foul back into the net, strike 1. And Oneonta today, they've done a great job making contact. Haven't really been allowing Utica to throw swinging strikes.
Yeah, a couple strikeouts for Regas in the first, and after that, not much. A lot of contact for these Outlaws. That's why they're up 1.
And staring at one right down the middle there was Clark, 0-2.
That was a nice strike thrown by Shaw. It was really slow, probably one of the slowest I've seen just from the eye test on that curveball. And he gets the call. It's 0-2.
It's an opportunity here to get out of the side for Shaw. 0-2 coming. And that one's in there for strike 3 called. And so Shaw picks up his first strikeout. And we will head to a break here. Top of the 4th coming up, 2-1. Oneonta lead. Don't go anywhere. We welcome you back here for the bottom of the 4th. Utica leading off the side with Ian Wirtz. The catcher stares at the first pitch high for a ball. And Wirtz walked his first time up, and it was a very long at bat. First time we've seen him since the first inning. It was a full count, fouled off a couple more. As he hits this one in the left field for a base hit, and maybe a little more. Wirtz rounds first. He'll make his way to second, and he will be in, no problem. So a leadoff double for Ian Wirtz.
Wirtz knew immediately as he sharply hit that one down the left field line that he had a chance at 2 bases, and he got exactly that on a double. Wirtz with a great start to the inning for the Blue Sox as they look to take the lead back.
So out comes Robbie Carvelli. Last time he faced off against Rowe, he struck out. That was back in the first inning, and that's how that side was retired. Now have a runner in scoring position, nobody down. Here comes the leadoff offering from Rowe. And he watches one, nearly a disaster there for Utica, as getting caught slightly off the bag was Wirtz.
If that ball was just a little bit more on the line, Wirtz could have been caught looking at second base.
And Wirtz was also only a couple inches away from getting hit with that ball. Bit of a wacky situation there for strike one. So now here's the 0-1 to Carvelli. And he watches this one low for ball one and count even up at 1.
I think what's important for the Blue Sox is that they get runners on base early to begin innings. They've had a lot of two-out chances. Some of them have been converted, some of them haven't. But it's much easier to get runners home when you don't have to worry about being at the last out of the inning.
So the 1-1 to Carvelli, swings through it, and that'll make it 1-2. And last time we saw him back in the first, like we said, he struck out, but he didn't take any pitches for balls. That count ended up being 0-3 when he finally struck out swinging. Now he faces down a 1-2, and it looks like they'll call a balk. And so advancing to third base now will be Wirtz.
Everything going right for the Blue Sox here in this inning. First balk we've heard all game long.
So now runner at third, 1-2. The count to Carvelli. And he fouls that one off. And so he'll stay alive in the count.
And now a chance Carvelli, if he wants to get a run home and get an RBI, he could easily ground this one to the right side of the infielder, push it enough high in the air on a fly ball and get the out on a sacrifice and get the run home. Doesn't need to get a hit here to get a run home.
He'll swing on that one, and then they'll rule foul tipped into the glove, strike 3. And so Carvelli is down on strikes. Second time striking out swinging on the day. And this will bring up the third baseman, Justin Levine. Levine on the day grounded to short back in the second. That was the first out of that 1-2-3 inning for Oneonta. And now faces Rowe for the second time today. The leadoff pitch is inside for a ball.
Levine is one of the best hitters on this Blue Sox squad. He is a great person to have up with a chance to get the second run home with Wirtz at third.
And like you said, Morgan, all you really need is just a ground ball to the right side or even just a fly out to get the run home. And I'm sure that's in the back of his mind, but of course you'd love to get on base as he got hit with that one. It's like it might have been inside, but they rule it glanced off his leg, so it will be runners at the corners off the hit by pitch. This will bring up Alex Jacobs.
Wonder how long Oneonta will keep Zachary Rowe on the mound here, as he's been wild, he's balked, he is now just hit a batter. I wonder how long his leash is on the bump here on opening day.
So Alex Jacobs, his last time up, he grounded directly at first as he swings at that one and chops it to right foul.
Both runners were going on that pitch. That's a bit of a risky decision, because if that's a slow ground ball right in front of the plate, Wirtz could easily be caught at home plate out. That's a risky choice there for Coach Dillette. See if they keep up with the running on the pitch.
And now if you're Oneonta, you also have to think about maybe checking up on him there, making sure he can't get off. And that one swung on through to get for a base hit. One run will score. The throw to third is going to beat the runner, and the tag will be applied. 40 out. A great throw there from left field. That's Simon there with the throw to get the second out. But regardless, a run will score for the Blue Sox as Wirtz able to come home.
So a bit of a silver lining there. Despite the out being recorded at third, the Blue Sox do get Wirtz home from third. So still a productive at-bat there.
So now 2 down in the inning, and this will bring up Adrian Diaz. Diaz, his last time up, grounded to short as he looks at the first pitch for a ball. So a bit of a base running mistake there by the Blue Sox, but they're still alive here in the side. 2 down, 1-0 to Diaz. And Diaz swings at that one foul. And back in the second inning, the very first pitch he faced was what he grounded out on. So gotten past that mark here in his second shot at Rowe. The pitch swung on and grounded. The throw to first will be in time to get the out. A great stop there by Johnston at third, and that will retire the side. So 1 run scores for Utica. They tied the game at 2. So we will be back in a minute. Don't go anywhere.
We're going on air right now.
We welcome you back here to Utica Blue Sox baseball. The Blue Sox and the Oneonta Outlaws tied at 2 through 4 innings of play. Now back to the top of the order here for Oneonta to start the 5th. Gus Simon leading off. He struck out and grounded into fielder's choice. As the first pitch misses for ball 1.
So now, Killian, this game is completely new. It's 2-2 with basically both 0-0 for both sides. Both squads have been playing well. They've been playing good defense. They've gotten some great hitting, and now it's up to see what they can do for the rest of the game.
That one's fouled high into the air, and that one will land near the concession stand and take a couple of bounces, probably hit a picnic table back there.
Yeah. Several brown wooden picnic tables set up there that may have a baseball there along with your cheese fries and soda.
So here's the 1-1 to Simon, who made a brilliant throw back in the bottom of the 4th defensively, which ultimately resulted in an out. As he watches that one up high for ball 2. The 2-1 coming. And that one inside came close to hitting Simon. So now 3-1. And behind in the count is Shaw.
If he didn't hop out of the way there, Killian, it could have plunked his foot. But it came awfully close.
So now the 3-1. The delivery from Shaw is in there. Strike 2 called. And now full count to Simon. Not the first time he's faced one of these today. He struck out looking on a full count back in the 1st inning. See how he handles his second look at a full count in this game. From a different pitcher as well. The payoff is low for ball 4. And Blake Fortunato comes up next.
So a strong start here in the inning for the Outlaws some good patience at the plate, and they've got the go-ahead run on base.
Now, Fortunato, he wonked and got all the way to third base back in the first before being stranded there, and then he flew out to left in the third. Lead off, not quite yet. Pickoff attempt unsuccessful, and not too surprising. Gus Simon, he's gotten on base twice now, and he has tried to steal both times. So here's the leadoff to Fortunato, and he looks at a ball in the dirt, 1-0.
So some early control issues for Shaw. Walked the leadoff batter, and now quickly 1-0. See if he can correct it.
Nobody out yet here for Oneonta. The 1-0 is outside and low, ball 2. And so similar to what we were seeing with Regas earlier, where we would have these control issues and they would just stop being able to throw the ball inside the zone. And that ultimately resulted in 2 runs for Oneonta. So now the 2-0, pickoff attempt is low and in the dirt. Blocked off the chest there of the first baseman, Jacobs. So ensuring that Gus Simon cannot try to steal. Here's the 2-0. The pitch. Swung on, strike 1.
That was some nice heat on that fastball by Shaw, just trying to get back in the count and using his hard stuff to do it.
He's been pretty successful on his fastballs today. Oneonta's been not a team where you've seen them swing at stuff that's outside the zone. So they've been having to keep them inside, and the only way they can really be successful in that category is by blowing stuff by them. As that one is inside, 3-1. Simon's been held on first here pretty well this at-bat. Bit unusual compared to what we're seeing. We'll usually see him take off pretty quickly. The 3-1. And that will be a second consecutive walk for Shaw. And so Fortunato will walk for the second time today. This will bring up Maxwell Bowers.
So 2 on via walks and none out. That's a tough combination for Shaw, and we'll have a mound visit. It's possible the Blue Sox could go to another hurler here.
And not too surprised to see the mound visit right now as Bowers 2 for 2 on the day. He's not the guy you want to be facing in this situation. So the Blue Sox here will talk things over. Conditions at this field tonight as the sun goes down. Slight breeze. Sun is obviously starting to vanish behind the clouds here as we head into nighttime, but we had some showers in the area earlier. Those cleared out, never really interacted with Murnane Field. So pristine field conditions here for opening night. Pleasure to have you all with us as the Blue Sox talk things over.
It really is the perfect day for a ball game and for opening day. You don't want really any rain or any adverse conditions. You don't want it to be too cold or even too hot. It's in the low 70s. There's a nice breeze. Sometimes a little bit too much, but the breeze has been pretty good, and it's pretty much perfect conditions to watch the opener of the Blue Sox against the Outlaws.
It's been a great day for opening day here at Murnane Field at Donovan Stadium. So now runners on first and second. This is Max Bowers up. He shows bunt, and he will make enough contact there.
Yeah, I believe that's going to be strike 1 on a foul bunt attempt. But they say the ball may have gotten away.
So yeah, it looks like they'll consider him advancing on wild pitch. But it is ball 1. So now 2 runners in scoring position for the red hot Bowers. 2 singles on the day so far, facing the 1-0. And he looks at a strike there down the middle.
So pretty much everything's gone wrong for Shaw. He's been wild in every conceivable fashion. 2 walks and a wild pitch, but he has the opportunity to get out of it right here.
The 1-1 to Bowers. He swings at that one, fouls it up, and it will fly over the PA booth and land in the grass, 1-2.
Well, a lucky fan just got their souvenir for the night.
And there have been a number of fans that have been camped out behind that grandstand or around that grandstand just waiting for foul balls, and
they've been rewarded, Killian.
Yeah, it's been a working strategy tonight. So now 1-2 coming to Bowers. The pitch from Shaw. And that one will be, I believe, called.
I think it was a little bit low, ball 2.
Yes, they will call that one ball 2. A stray mark on my sheet there was messing me up a little bit. So now 2-2. Bowers here has seen 2 wild pitches during this at-bat. Nobody was able to advance on the most recent one. He swings and misses at that one, and that'll retire Bowers.
Critical strikeout for Shaw. He went with the breaking ball, Killian, to get the punch out. Massive out here in the 5th.
And it's not really something Bowers had seen yet today, so he was quite obviously a bit surprised that he faced that pitch, and it works in the favor of the Blue Sox. And this will bring up Chris Florentino. He got hit by a pitch and struck out on the day so far. So now runners in scoring position for Florentino. The leadoff pitch from Shaw is just outside ball 1.
And Wirtz is going to come to the mound and talk it over with Shaw. This is the second time that Shaw has been counseled so far in this inning. It's a big inning for the Blue Sox, of course. They want to keep this game right where it is, 2-2. But that's looking not particularly likely right now with 2 on, 2nd and 3rd, and 1 out.
So now Florentino facing the 1-0 count. Shaw trying to get out of this jam. The pitch is just outside ball 2. And the control issues here continuing for Shaw during the top of the 5th.
You wonder when the Blue Sox will go to another pitcher in the bullpen. It doesn't seem like Shaw's been incredibly effective in this 5th inning like he was in the 4th.
There's no movement in the bullpen right now, but wouldn't be surprised to see that change. As now the 2-0. And that one's in there for a strike. So 2-1 now to Florentino.
I think if you're Shaw here, having a run score on a sacrifice would probably be the ideal scenario. Get 2 outs and then just get 1 more out here. Make it 3-2, I think would be the ideal situation.
The 2-1 is in there, called strike 2-2. So 2 good pitches from Florentino two Florentino back-to-back from Shaw. As Shaw able to catch the outside edge both times. And now Florentino all of a sudden facing a stay alive scenario. 2 runners remain in scoring position here for Oneonta. Both reached off of walks and advanced off of wild pitches. And that one's in there, called strike 3. So 3 straight called strikes for Shaw. And he gets the strikeout, that time in the form of looking.
This would be some kind of magic act if Rowan Shaw can get out of this inning with no runners scoring after it was 2nd and 3rd with none out, back-to-back strikeouts. This one of the looking variety. Killian Shaw used that off-speed pitch to dot the strike zone. That was a beautiful offering, and now he's 1 out away from getting out of the inning.
But now he's got to face Strand. Last time Strand and Shaw faced off, it was a base hit for Strand that scored a run. Or excuse me, that was against Rodriguez back in the 3rd inning. That was before they put Shaw in. So it's the first time Shaw has faced Strand on this day, as the first pitch misses for ball 1.
So again, first pitches have often gone for balls for Shaw. He's trying to find that control. It has happened a lot later in counts, though.
And he struggled early within the count, not even just the first pitch, the first 2 or 3 pitches, but he gets a strike called there. 1-1. Strand back in the first inning, grounded to short, and then had the single back in the third. He sits at 1 for 2 on the day, looking to put Oneonta back in front. Here's the 1-1. And that one's in the dirt. Wild pitch. A run will score. Getting in and sliding safely will be for Oneonta Gus Simon.
Simon waited a long time at third base to try and score, and he eventually got his opportunity and pounced. And the control issues eventually doomed Shaw and the Blue Sox to a 3-2 hole on that wild offering. That was tough because Shaw knew he had one big pitch to get out.
So now Strand ahead in the count, or excuse me, behind 2-1 here as he stares at the ball outside. 3-1. So Strand here. What do you think the strategy is for him? Do you think it's just hold off at all costs, or?
I honestly would, because Shaw has not really shown you for most of this inning that he could really throw strikes at an elite level, except for those 2 batters that he got Ks. I would wait for the good pitch.
And that's exactly what he does there. So he'll walk Strand, and Strand reaches for the second time tonight, this time off of a walk. And this will bring up Colton Penner. Penner singled and struck out on the night so far. And Shaw here seeking to get out of this hole with only 1 run allowed.
If it's only a 3-2 game and Shaw gets out of it, you could say that more damage had not been done. But certainly a long inning for Shaw, just trying to get that one big out.
As the first pitch is in the dirt, and it gets away there from Wirtz, who thought it took a bounce off to the left, and the ball just kind of died in the batter's box.
And that's yet another wild pitch for Rowan Shaw, and it's now once again 2 runners in scoring position.
This is the second time today that we will see runners advance during this inning off of wild pitches. The last time it did a lot more damage. It moved 2 runners in the scoring position, but that's the exact situation we have right now. Blue Sox looking to get out of this hole, now 2-0.
If Shaw walks another batter here, I would consider going to the bullpen if you're a Coach Gillette, because you need 1 out to keep it a 3-2 game, and Shaw is really struggling. He's nippling along the batter's box. I would try and go with some off-speed pitches to get strikes.
So the 2-0. And that one gets away again, and a run will come in and score. And it's 4-2. Oneonta scoring both runs in this inning off of wild pitches.
This has been a really tough inning for Shaw, and it's just kind of ballooned here. And the patience of this Oneonta lineup cannot be overstated. How patient they are and really not swinging out a lot of outside pitches. They have been really, really great at waiting for their right pitches, and that has not come a lot in this game. And now with 3-0 count, 2 runners have scored on wild pitches. It has been a big inning for the Outlaws.
Yeah, and Blake Fortunato, the runner who just came home, he advanced 3 times on 3 separate wild pitches. And another one, and another run will come in and score for Oneonta. And so for Utica, now you almost have to go to the bullpen, I'd imagine.
I think it's untenable right now, and I think for Rowan Shaw, it has been just a tough night for him. And I think 3 consecutive wild pitches to score runs, I think it would be in the best interest of the Blue Sox to go to the bullpen here.
So that wild pitch start also will result in the walking of Penner, so he reaches first. So that'll be 2 separate batters that advance from first to home plate entirely on 3 different wild pitches. And so now looks like Utica will bring in a new pitcher Morgan, what's your take here if you're the Blue Sox? What kind of pitcher here are you going for?
You're looking at a pitcher who can throw strikes, and Shaw was unable to do that in this last inning. And see if fortunes can change here. There is 2 out, so just one big pitch. Could he get an out and end this inning? But that has been unable to happen with Shaw's last few batters.
Well,
see if this change can do some good.
Well, looking to the past, for last season, back in 2025, Utica was 7-1 against Oneonta. The only Oneonta victory came in blowout fashion on Game 2 of a doubleheader on June 22nd. That game ended 13-3. Utica took the first game of that doubleheader with a final score of 6-3. And these two here opening up the season against each other. They will not meet again until June 18th. And in that time, a bit of a quirk in the scheduling, Oneonta will play both Glens Falls and Mohawk Valley 4 separate times.
So Oneonta and the Blue Sox are getting acquainted here on opening day, and then they're going to say goodbye for a long time.
Yeah, the second half of the season is going to be filled with meetings between these two. So now, Morgan, who's this that they've brought in for Utica?
Well, the Blue Sox right now are really just trying to keep this game right where it is, keep it at 5-2. And they are going to their bullpen. And it's
in this game about how good Utica's fielding was last year, but part of the reason that they were in that scenario is because their pitching struggled at times, and early on in the season, certainly not the best sign for what they want to see. Obviously, it's a long year. Plenty of things can happen, but the Blue Sox here have to be a bit wary.
Drake Aycock is the pitcher. He's a right-hander from Hope International University, and he has gone to another college, Southern Arkansas, from 2024 to 2025. So the right-hander trying to stem the tide here.
Aycock will start by facing Ryan Johnson as his first pitch is in there for strike 1.
And Aycock stands at 6 foot, and the senior has had a decorated career, going all the way back to high school. Member of the state championship team in 2023, and was an all-state, all-star, and all-conference selection.
And his second pitch there is in for a strike, and you see he's got a bit of a unique delivery on his pitches.
He does, and that's been working so far. 0-2. Coach Gillette wanted to bring in a hitter, rather a pitcher who could throw strikes, and Aycock has done that so far.
The 0-2 coming. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And so Utica, after having several issues there in the top of the 5th, will finally be able to get out of it. Aycock, a 3-pitch strikeout. We will head to the bottom of the 5th. Utica coming up next. They trail 5-2 to Oneonta. We welcome you back here for Utica Blue Sox baseball. The Blue Sox trail 5-2 following 4.5 innings of play, but now Utica's turn here to get a crack at it. New pitcher in here for Oneonta is number 18, Will Howard, not to be confused with Ohio State championship winning quarterback Will Howard.
Yeah, Howard coming in now with a nice 3-run cushion, so the largest lead that any squad has had all game.
And Howard's second pitch there is up high for a ball.
An important thing to note, Killian, because this would be the only way this game gets possibly stopped, is lightning. Thunder and lightning would be the most plausible scenario. And we've seen a couple of lightning strikes here from far in the outfield.
And that one is popped up there into mid-shallow center for a flyout, but a good start there for Howard, able to retire his first batter pretty quickly.
So Howard with a nice start, and these clouds are getting pretty gray. I think everybody is hoping that the lightning kind of passes the ballpark and goes off further to the east, where it is right now. It is right by right field. There's only been a couple of strikes. There hasn't been much rain, at least from what I can see, and no thunder, but a couple of strikes. And I mean lightning strikes, not strikes thrown.
Yeah, and no strikes thrown there on that first pitch. That one misses for a ball. This is Michael Flasher here leading off, or excuse me, not leading off, the second batter of the inning for the Blue Sox. So right now on radar, looking like that lightning is off to the north and east. So just hoping that that does not interact with down here. For the trajectory of how the system is moving, it's moving south, but the lightning producing part is currently headed away from the ballpark, fortunately. So we should be okay for at least right now. Here's the 2-1. Showing bunt there was Flasher, and he will not be able to make contact. 3-1 now. The 3-1 is in there for called strike 2. And now full count here for Flash.
Fletcher just trying to get on base and show off his speed here. That would be big boon for the Blue Sox, who are trailing.
3-2. And that one is chopped, and a great catch there at third base made by Johnston. He dives up and gets that one. Looks like it was kind of a half swing there from Flasher, and Johnston makes him pay a diving catch at third. And that'll retire Flasher.
That was probably the best defensive play all game long. Johnston was diving like he was Superman to his right and made a fantastic snare.
Here's the pitch. That one misses for a ball. This is Jack Sweeney coming up here. He flew out and singled on the night so far as he watches that pitch outside for a ball. So we should here begin clipped with some rain relatively soon. Maybe we'll change the field conditions just a little bit.
But since we have turf, that probably won't be such a big damage that we have to stop.
And a turf installed last year here at Murnane Field at Donovan Stadium. It's been a great addition to the game experience. That one's fouled back. 2-1. That one fouled off, 2-2. So Sweeney here trying to get Utica on base to start things off. As we mentioned, the last time that Oneonta defeated Utica was on June 22nd in Game 2 of a doubleheader. So nearly a year. I mean, obviously most of that time being off seasons. There's a wild pitch from Howard, 3-2. But nearly a year since Oneonta has beaten the Blue Sox. 3-2 coming. The payoff pitch is swung on, chopped to third, fielded cleanly by Johnston. The throw to first is low, but caught on the one hop there by Penner. And that will finish off the side for Utica. So unable to contribute there. Blue Sox on defense when we come back. We welcome you back here on to Utica Blue Sox baseball. The Blue Sox trail Oneonta 5-2 here after 5 innings of play. Oneonta looking to extend their lead. And the first pitch is chopped to second. The throw to first is easily in time. And so 1 pitch, 1 out for Aycock.
Aycock staying on the mound, and he had 3 pitches the last inning in relief of Shaw, and it was strike, strike, strikeout. It was a great start, and now Aycock gets a 1 pitch out. He has been probably the most sharp pitcher on the Blue Sox all game long, and that's been sorely needed for a team who is now trailing by 3.
That was Ryan Johnston there who just grounded out. Johnson made a ridiculous diving catch to potentially save the Blue Sox getting into a good position as there's another ground out. 2 pitches, 2 outs. That time a 6-3 ground out for Aycock. And that retired Matthew Meyer.
5 pitches for Aycock, and 3 of them have resulted in a strikeout and then 2 ground ball outs. That may be the most efficient start to a relief appearance I've seen in a long time.
Freshman right fielder, number 3, Gus Simon.
That first pitch in there for a strike for Oneonta right now. This is Gus Simon back at the top of the order here for the Outlaws in the 6th. As that one in there for a strike. So 0-1 now.
Aycock has thrown 7 pitches, and the 5 of them that have been in the zone have been strikes.
And that one is chopped. Aycock picks it up. The throw to first in time. A 1-2-3 inning for Utica. And a big couple of plays defensively. And the Blue Sox trail by 3 here, headed to the bottom of the 6th. Don't go anywhere. So we welcome you back here onto Utica Blue Sox baseball. The Blue Sox trail 5-2 here as they will lead things off in the bottom of the 6th. This is Xavier Smith that's up. He has walked twice, so it's 0 for 0 on the night. Smith there lines one, and a great job getting back for that there by Oneonta, as that will be the first out of the inning. It's a line out there for Xavier Smith to the second baseman.
That was a nice play made by the back pedal by Clark. He just stayed calm and composed and pulled it in for the first out. So a lot of quick outs here in this 6th inning.
The pitch, that one swung on, popped up high, and looking for 2 consecutive flyouts there, and successfully getting them will be Stephen Clark. So bring on Wirtz. So 2 consecutive flyouts here, and here's Ian Wirtz. Wirtz on the night walked and doubled, and has scored a run as he holds off on the first pitch, but it catches the side of the plate for a strike. 0-1. Storm Complex here just gradually moving in to Murren Field. And they will say he did not go around there in the check swing.
And Killian, do you think this game has a real threat of being postponed right here? Do you think the Lightning's going to come in? What does the forecast look like?
Well, right now the Lightning is off to the east, and the way the storm's moving is taking it away, so we might get clipped by the later part of the storm as this one gets popped up, and it looks to be an out. So both sides go 1, 2, 3, and that will retire the side. So top of the 7th coming up here on the other side. Utica trails 5-2.
We return here for the top of the 7th. The Outlaws leading the Blue Sox 5-2, and with Drake Aycock still on the mound, Killian, he's been really impressive so far.
Absolutely. I mean, Aycock, the 1, 2, 3 inning, and then before that, the 3-pitch strikeout. So he has faced 4 batters and retired all 4 of them so far. Looking to continue that momentum here into the top of the 7th in hopes that his offense can get behind them and put up some runs, because that's been a bit of an issue here tonight for Utica, as only 2 runs here through 6 innings played.
And Aycock, in relief of Shaw, had 3 pitches, all strikes for the strikeout, and then not only was that next inning a 1-2-3 frame, but most of his pitches that weren't put in play were for strikes. So he was really accurate when he wasn't getting outs in the field. So some threatening clouds, some dark gray and possibly black clouds here in the distance. But we hope that there's no lightning and the rain stays at a minimum as we get into the later stages of this ball game, with the late afternoon beginning of the game turning into dusk here on opening day. Blake Fortunato leads off for the leading Oneonta Outlaws. They used a lot of their plate discipline to take this 5-2 lead. Several wild pitches from Rowan Shaw to take the lead, which they have held ever since. First pitch from Aycock is outside into the mid of Wirtz for ball number 1.
And going back to that 5th inning where Oneonta really did all the damage, recorded 3 runs, they only had 1 hit during that inning. Everyone else advanced off of walks or wild pitches.
And that pitch could not clip the lower part of the zone, and Aycock is now in a 2-0 count. That's rare for him, as he threw a lot of strikes last time he was on the mound. 2-ball pitch is swung on and missed. Got the fastball behind him, and it's 2-1 to Blake Fortunato. The shortstop, number 7, getting back into the batter's box after a quick retreat. The 2-1 pitch is swung on and missed. Another fastball hard and into the mid of Wirtz, and the count evens up now 2-2. So Aycock wasn't happy that he threw 2 balls to begin this at bat. He has responded with force. Now 2 straight fastballs to level the count. 2-2 now. Aycock delivers. That ball is grounded along first. Nice play on a knee by Jacobs, and he touches that left foot to the bag for out number 1. So that was a ground ball hit to third for the first batter retired in the inning. And now Maxwell Bowers, the left fielder, takes his turn at the plate.
Yeah, and Aycock here, 5 batters faced, and he's retired all 5 of them so far. He's had a great showing so far in this game. And it's really been what Utica needs because they had some issues with their pitching earlier on tonight.
First pitch called a strike to Bowers. The 0-1 will be called for strike number 2. So quickly, Aycock is getting ahead in counts after Fortunato started 2-0. Quickly an 0-2 pitch that is outside into the glove of Wirtz, who twisted around to make the catch. Ball 1.
And Morgan, this really has been one of the games where either the innings blow by super fast or they take a long time. There really hasn't been any of those like mid-length innings on this game. It's either been people standing up and sitting back down, or a long inning with a lot of offensive opportunity.
Exactly right. After that last pitch was a foul ball. Here comes the 1-2, and that is tapped over to Jacobs, who scoops it up, taps the first base bag, out number 2. 2 quick outs for Drake Aycock here on the top of the 7th.
Yeah, both of them ground outs to first here on the top of the 7th. Aycock now still not allowing really anyone to make contact with him besides a couple of foul balls.
Chris Florentino will venture in to the right-handed batter's box with 2 out in the top of the 7th, and Oneonta leading Utica 5-2. First pitch from Aycock is a soft breaking ball that was a little inside. It's 1-0. Middle infielders are playing deep on the grass. Normal depth for first and third along with the outfield. 1-0 with the wind whipping. Swung on in a soft foul ball along home. 1-1. We haven't gotten many lightning strikes in a long time. We'll have to be wary of that and the weather, though the clouds are a menacing gray. 1-1. Curveball in there for strike 2. Nice pitch by Aycock, and he's got Florentino on his heels with 2 out.
That one came close to hitting Florentino, but it curved in there just at the last second to get the strike.
1-2 pitch. Outside, nice dive by Wirtz to prevent it from going to the backstop, though there is nobody on base. Still a good effort nonetheless. And the count has gone to 2-2 with 2 out and none on. A couple of ground ball outs hit to first here in this inning for Oneonta. They're trying to get the first runner on base. That's another foul ball along home.
We're starting to get hit with a lot of this outflow wind from this thunderstorm complex off to our north. Altering conditions on the field a little bit here, maybe causing some fly balls to take some different trajectories.
Another 2-2 pitch is a line drive hit into right field, and that ball will be fair down the line as Sweeney chases after it, taking the turn and going to second. Florentino, and he's going all the way to third. He dives in and reaches third base with a triple. So a 2-out triple laced into right field by Florentino. And there's a runner in scoring position for the Outlaws.
It's only the game's second triple. The first one came back in the, the first inning
all the way
for
back
Utica.
Totally right. So it's been a long time without a triple. First one, though, for the Outlaws. A half swing and a miss to PJ Strand, the designated hitter, 0-1. So he has another RBI chance. He had a 2 RBI single earlier in the game. 0-1, and that gets the call on the outside corner. Aycock is trying to strand Florentino right where he is at third. It's quickly 0-2.
That's 2 strikes, fans. One away from referee Taco. Taco. Taco.
0-2. Outside. If PJ Strand strikes out here, everybody in the ballpark gets free Taco Bell. Everybody is chanting tacos. It could turn into bedlam here in Utica. The 1-2 pitch. Outside, another fastball missed the spot. 2-2, everybody groaning because they want tacos.
I'm certain it's not really helping Strand's focus there at the batter's box.
2-2, that's a soft ground ball hit towards second. Fernsler throws on to Jacobs for the out, so no free tacos, but no runner scored from third. We are through 6.5 innings, 5-2, Oneonta here on opening day. Stay right with us. Bottom of the 7th here with Utica batting, trying to chip away at the deficit. Will Howard still on the mound. And his first pitch, a bunt attempt, and that ball bounces along home plate. That'll be strike one.
And Will Howard, his last time up, stood him up and sat him all back down. 1-2-3 inning as teams traded 1-2-3 innings until the most recent one, as rain beginning to fall here on the field.
Here comes the 1-strike pitch. Swing and a miss. Robbie Carvelli is the hitter. Number 62 in an 0-2 hole. 0-2 is up and high on a fastball, 1-2.
And so you have to wonder if maybe the rain here may be affecting a little bit of the accuracy for the brief stint that we're going to have it.
A 1-2 pitch, ground ball, hit towards third, and the throw is on line and in time for out number 1.
Third baseman, number 6.
Johnston's been really good at third base. And now Justin Levine takes his turn in the batter's box.
And Levine on the day grounded out, got hit by a pitch, advanced all the way to the third before getting stranded here. His third time up on the day, and it couldn't come at a bigger time for the Blue Sox, needing something here as we enter their 7th inning stretch.
With the rain falling down here in Utica, the first pitch is inside and it hits Levine. So Justin Levine is plunked and he will take his base.
And not been a very unpainful night for him. Second time he's gotten hit.
Number 16, Alex Jacobs.
Alex Jacobs is now the hitter. And the wind is picking up. The rain is coming down. The field is turf, so that won't affect any dirt, but it would be a factor for the players. ball may get pretty slippery. First pitch from Howard is into the mid of Mayer and outside 1-0. Runner on at first. Levine holds. There's ball 2. So a chance here for the Blue Sox to create some late inning magic, down by 3. With Levine on base and a 2-0 count. Alex Jacobs waits. The pitch from Howard. That's pumped in there for a strike as the rain continues to pick up, and you can see the rainfall reflected in the outfield lights.
Oh, look at that.
Wow, it is really pouring now, and we are going to pause the game.
Well, we are currently under the downdraft of that thunderstorm complex. So that's what's going on here.
Oh my goodness.
And
we're going to take a break. We're going to be back in the 7th inning. 5-2 Outlaws and some rain to worry about. after a rain delay lasting about a half an hour, we are resuming play here in the top of the 7th with Oneonta leading Utica 5-2. I'm Morgan Spriggs alongside Killian Heffron. And Killian, a lot of the crowd has cleared out. I think pretty much all of the crowd is cleared out because of the rain and the whipping winds, but the game is going to continue. They have believed that there's about a 45-minute window to get this game, so that's what they're going to do.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's the right decision. It's a game that's certainly not over by any stretch. Both teams want to play, they want to come back out, and why not at this point? Anything can happen, and the umpires are allowing this one to continue here.
The first pitch should be happening soon, the first pitch after the resumption.
So it will be a Utica at bat, I believe, and it will be Alex Jacobs at bat. He was stuck at 2-1 in his count when the game was delayed due to the thunderstorm complex that moved through.
And Justin Levine is the runner at first base as he got hit by the pitch from Will Howard. So despite adverse weather conditions, to say the least, it seems the rain has halted for the most part, and players are making their way back out onto the field, starting with the Oneonta defense. So again, this is a game that's far from over, and this game will not be over right now.
So Utica still with 8 outs left here technically in this game, only obviously with one being played before the rain delay. So, and you wonder how this might affect the game in terms of the players being focused and stuff like that, because we had some of these players that were really hot, and then you have to sit there for like 30 to 45 minutes. What kind of effect do you think that's going to have on some of these guys?
Well, I think the effect, it could lead to possibly Oneonta pitchers or Utica pitchers being rusty and not throwing strikes. That could change the game. Maybe some of the hotter hitters on both sides being unable to find their stroke. Or perhaps this rain delay could be a benefit to these sides, that they got some time to think things over and how to approach the rest of the game.
And in terms of the Blue Sox here, obviously they trail by 3, but this rain delay might stop all that defensive momentum that we saw from Oneonta, because they really weren't giving up much of anything over the last couple of innings. Now you have this big stoppage, and this might work in the favor of the Blue Sox, but we will have to find out. A little bit of a meteorological fact here. In the last 35 minutes, it has dropped over 10 degrees as this complex came through. So getting nice and cold out here as we await the start of this one. And it looks like Alex Jacobs is coming up now to finish his at-bat. We are ready to get back underway.
Thank you so much, Killian. A 10-degree drop. It certainly feels like it on the field. And Alex Jacobs gets into the batter's box for the first time in over a half an hour with a count in his favor slightly, 2 balls and 1 strike. There is 1 out in the bottom of the 7th inning with Justin Levine at first and Utica trailing by 3 runs. Will Howard is ready. He puts his right foot on the rubber and his left foot in front of his right. Stares in and is set. Levine inches past the first base bag, and that pitch is low for ball 3, and the game has resumed.
Well, if you're Howard here, I think the biggest goal for him is just to get out of this half of the inning. Don't let the momentum loss from the rain delay immediately affect you.
That strike 2 pumped in that fastball through the cold winds, and the count has gone full. Three balls, 2 strikes. Here comes the pitch, and that is tagged along the left side, and it go foul out of play and hit onto the grandstands with that metal clanging being its proof. 3-2 still to Alex Jacobs. Howard inches his feet closer to each other and delivers. On the outside corner for strike 3, and a big out for Howard. There's now 2 down in the 7th.
Well, you could see Jacobs there kind of check his swing. He thought that one was going to miss, but just barely able to get it in there. That's a great pitch by Howard.
Adrian Diaz steps in with 2 out and 1 on. So again, the rain has stopped a lot, but the wind is still a factor. First pitch is a healthy cut and miss. It's 0-1. Levine is at first, and if you forgot, he got hit by a pitch, which is why he's at first. 1-0 from Will Howard. That's high for ball 2, so a favorable count for Diaz. The Blue Sox took a 1-0 lead, and then Oneonta went up 2-1, and after the Blue Sox tied it 2-2, 3 straight runs for Oneonta. Swung and a miss, 1-2. So that's where we stand right now, a 5-2 ball game in favor of the visitors.
Diaz has had some issues tonight. Hasn't been able to get on base yet here. Gotten out in the second and the fourth.
1-2 pitch with Levine dancing off first. That is going to be a little bit high for ball 3. Diaz will take a quick batter timeout before stepping back in. Howard deals. Swung on and missed, struck him out. And Howard has back-to-back strikeouts after the resumption of play to retire the side in the bottom of the 7th. We will head to the 8th shortly at an increasingly cold Donovan Stadium at Murnane Field with the Outlaws leading 5-2.
It's fine, it's fine. It's okay.
Hey, what's up? It's Tim. Back here in the 8th inning with Dre Aycock still on the mound, and before the rain led to this game being paused, Killian, he was really electric on the mound.
Yeah, he only gave up 1 hit, which was a triple. But for everything else, I mean, he was just standing people up and sending them right back down. Because nobody could really get a hit off of him until finally Oneonta was able to land an extra base hit off the shot from Chris Florenito there. And that's what got Oneonta out of being no-hit by Aycock, but still he's had a great outing so far in his time in the game.
Here comes Colton Penner to hit first. First pitch from Aycock is across for ball 1. 5-2 game at a pretty quiet Donovan Stadium at Murnane Field. 1-0. There's a strike, so you can really hear a lot of the player comments and talk in the dugout. It's become a lot clearer with a lot of people having left the ballpark due to the rain. There's a foul ball tapped along the right side, out of play, 1-2. The wind is really coming in fast, and it's making things a lot colder for everybody. It's coming in from the west right now, with the sky pitch black. 1-2 pitch, and that hits the batter, and Aycock issues a hit by pitch of Colton Penner.
Well, you're talking about the wind, and also, I mean, I'm sure everyone listening at home can hear it on our mics, but it's pretty obvious that the wind here is going to be affecting the field of play, whether it be knocking around fly balls, just interacting with the pitchers and ways that's negative towards them, it's going to have a big impact on the rest of this game. Whoever can do the best in these conditions should have the advantage.
Ryan Johnston hits with one on. He shows bunt, tries to square it. And that ball will get the call for ball one. 1-0. See if Johnston will try and bunt here with Penner on at first. He does show bunt. Here comes the pitch from Aycock, and the bunt will twist foul along the first base line. So it is 1-1. It's clear that there's small ball being implemented by the Outlaws. They're just trying to get any runs home they can to pad their lead right now.
Yeah, and I think they understand the power of what that rain delay can do to you mentally. I mean, it can definitely, like we said, just take people out of their zone. And if Utica goes down by a couple more here, you imagine how dejecting that would be after waiting the 45 minutes for that rain delay.
1-1 pitch from Aycock. There's a strike, 1-2. So looks like the bunt option's now off the table because a foul bunt would mean an out. The 1-2. That will be off the plate, ball 2. So Ryan Johnston, the hitter. At first, Colton Penner after he got hit by a pitch. Nobody out in the top of the 8th. And the offering from Aycock is swung on and missed for the strikeout.
Yes.
That fastball on the outside of the zone issues the first out of the inning.
It's just not been Johnston's night tonight here. It's his second time striking out, and he is 0 for 4 now on the night. A flyout, a ground out, and 2 strikeouts.
Matthew Mayer, the catcher, takes his turn in the batter's box with 1 out and 1 on. Outlaws leading by 3. There's a strike pumped in there on the outside corner. 0-1. Aycock with the sidearm delivery, and that is a foul ball lined to the Outlaws dugout. 0-2. Penner at first, and Aycock delivers an 0-2 pitch, and that ball is fouled to the right side and over the PA box. Aycock set, glove at his chest. Another 2-strike pitch is grounded right to Flashner, who races to the bag and gets the out at second. The throw is a little high at first, so it got Jacobs to hop off the bag. So there is 2 out. The lead runner is retired. And now Stephen Clark trying to pick up Mayer, who's now the runner at first.
So maybe they're reaching on the missed throw at the last second there. But, I mean, in the field, there's been no errors tonight for either side. Both teams been really great fielding. And besides a couple of slightly offline throws, I mean, it's been great in that aspect of the game for both sides. There's a lot for these teams to go off of for the rest of the year with that prospect.
Stephen Clark takes the ball, 1-0. The Outlaws had a tough season last year, finished in the basement of the division and didn't make the playoffs, but they have had a really strong start to the year. Very encouraging. Ball 2 outside from Aycock. Trying not to lose Clark here, but it's quickly 2-0. So the Outlaws have to be encouraged with the way that they have done in this game. A lot of their runs have come via being patient, taking walks, and finding opportunities when they can get them. Swing and a miss.
Yeah, I mean, the Outlaws, you look at the scoreboard, only reads 6 hits for Oneonta, even though they have the 5-2 lead in this game, which kind of just symbolizes how they've been advancing their runners tonight off of wild pitches.
Aycock with a 2-1, and that's yanked off the plate. 3-1. So Aycock just trying to stay in it and prevent a walk, which would lead Mayer to be in scoring position with 2 away. Grounded and speared on a spin by Fernsler, who throws to Jacobs for the out. A nice play by Bowden Fernsler on the outfield grass for out number 3. We are through 7.5 innings. Oneonta leading Utica 5-2. With Sweet Caroline blaring over the loudspeakers, we are back here in the bottom of the 8th, and the rain has picked up a little bit, hasn't it, Killian?
Yeah, it's slowly starting to increase again. I mean, I'd imagine if we get another delay, it wouldn't end in the postponement, or excuse me, not postponement, the cancellation of this game.
Yeah.
Now, with this game being past the 7th inning, it would officially count. So if the game were to get canceled, Oneonta would be credited with the victory.
At least at this juncture, with the Outlaws leading 5-2. First pitch is in for a strike. Will Howard still on the mound. Outside again. 2-0.
And Howard's had himself a night. He's done very well here on the mound for the Outlaws tonight.
It is 2-1.
Coming back from that rain delay with 2 straight strikeouts certainly only helps that case.
Strike number 2 to Connor Jones, who's the hitter. Goes by CJ. And number 1 goes to George Washington, Connecticut native. And he swings and misses at the off-speed pitch in the dirt, and there's out number 1 in the bottom of the 8th.
Shortstop number 5, Michael Flashner.
The lineup goes back to the top with Michael Flashner, the shortstop.
Yeah, Flashner tonight, he struck out, flew out, and lined out.
First pitch from Howard is in the dirt right in front of Mayer for ball number 1. 1-0, and the delivery from Howard, and that gets the call on the outside edge of the strike zone. So the count levels up to 1-1. That pitch on the edge from Howard does not get the same call as his last one did, so the count changes to 2-1 now. Base is empty, 1 down. You're on a cold night, drenched in rain here in Utica. Swing and a miss on the fastball, 2-2. Howard's been using that fastball well.
Yeah, Howard, his use on the fastball tonight has just been one in the arsenal of pitches that he's used to just dominate here while he's been on the mound.
And the 2-2 pitch is going to be just a tad low, and the count is now full. So 3-2, and a chance to see if the Blue Sox can get a runner on and spark a comeback. Michael Flashner, number 1 hitter in the lineup, waits for the 3-2, and he looks at ball 4 going by, and it's a 1-out walk for Flashner.
So the first time tonight, Flashner's been on base, and he'll gladly take that one. That was Sweeney coming up behind him, who already has a single on the night so far.
Sweeney would love his second hit right now to try and continue a possible comeback attempt. Flashner leading off at first. Again, 17 steals in college. That ball is hit into right field, and that dunks down in front of Simon for a base hit. Flashner's taking the turn from second. He's going for third. He's going to get there as the throw goes to second. So a walk and then a single, and it's 2 on base on the corners for the Blue Sox in the 8th as the rain continues to fall.
Well, we've seen Gus Simon make throws like that already tonight, but I'm kind of wondering if maybe the conditions of how this one is, with the ball maybe being wet from bouncing off the triple a couple of times, elected for him to just throw that one to second and not trying to make the throw to third, which we saw him make earlier tonight.
The rain is increasing a bit now as Xavier Smith, the extra hitter, steps in. Flashner at first, make that at third base. That ball is hit towards shortstop. Picking it up and bobbling is Fortunato. He throws towards first. Safe, and a run scores. Flashner touches home. They may rule that an error on Fortunato as Smith reaches base, and it is now 5-3. And now the go-ahead run will come to the plate for the Blue Sox in the form of Bowden Fernsler, the second baseman. A rally is coming here for the Blue Sox after the delay.
So, yeah, they will end up ruling that an error. So that's our first error on the night.
They call it an error on the shortstop Fortunato. And now here comes Bowden Fernsler, who had an RBI triple all the way back in the first. And the first pitch is a towering fly ball headed towards right. Moving up from first is Penner, and he watches that go over the netting. 0-1. So the rain is clearly there. The wind hasn't been as strong as it was with that precipitated the delay, Killian, but it's still there. Both teams know they want to get this game in, though. It's pretty close.
Yeah, we also got to wonder about maybe some players developing cold hands. Maybe that interfering with a couple of throws here and there.
0-1, and that's a hopper hit towards Johnson. He steps on the bag at third and gets out there. There's a hopper towards first. Not in time. So 2 out in the inning.
The catcher, number 61, Eden Wirtz.
So
First and second occupied. Sorry, go ahead, Killian.
yeah, Wirtz on the night, he hit a double and walk, so he's had a pretty successful night for the Blue Sox, and who better to continue this rally?
First pitch is strike 1. Smith is on second. Fernsler is at first. Sweeney was just retired by that grounder hit to Johnston. 0-1 from Howard, and a swing and a miss. And swinging so hard as Wirtz that he went down on one knee after the hack. So 2 strikes and 2 outs on Wirtz. This is a big pressure situation because there's 2 runners on. This may be the last chance that the Blue Sox have if they can't capitalize on the ninth. The pitch is grounded right to shortstop. The throw comes to Clark covering second for out number 3. So the Blue Sox get 1 run, but strand 2. We are through 8 innings here at rainy Donovan Stadium at Bernayne Field with the Outlaws leading by 2. we return to action in the 9th inning with a new pitcher for the Blue Sox. It is Wes Maximo. He goes to Lafayette. He's a Chatham, New Jersey native and majors in biochemistry. So see if he can keep this game 5-3 and leave the door open for a Blue Sox rally in the bottom of the 9th inning. 5-3 the score. Morgan Spriggs here, Killian Heffron on my right, and our producer, Louis Leibowitz. We're all feeling pretty chilly now, but it's been a good ball game, and it's going to be a great season for the PGCBL, and it's been a pleasure to be with you.
Yeah, right now the rain coming down. This is the hardest that we've seen it since we were in that rain delay.
I think both teams just want to soldier on at this point and find an end to this game. I mean, it's the 9th inning. It's a close game. It's still 5-3. It's both teams' games.
Now, especially if you're Utica as well, because if you think about Utica right now, if this game were to be called, the win would automatically go to Oneonta. So the Blue Sox feel that they have the momentum. They're going to want to play this one through.
Right fielder number 3, Gus Simon.
Gus Simon at the top of the order to hit first in the 9th, facing Wes Maximo. First pitch from Maximo to Simon is a little outside, ball 1.
That was good velocity on that first pitch there, though, from Maximo. Good hard fastball.
1-0 the count. Rain still falling, ball 2. You can see the rain reflected by the lights, and it's pretty steady at this point. But we're in the 9th inning, and both teams want to play, and here we are in a great ball game with Oneonta leading. Fly ball flicked to the right side and out of play. Two and 1 the count to Simon. And here comes the pitch, and that's tagged along the left field side, and fair. Simon hits first, goes towards second. Digging it out and left is Carvelli. And that is going to be a double for Simon to lead off the 9th for the Outlaws.
Yeah, Simon's also singled on the night. That's a great placement on that hit there. Just barely able to keep that one fair. Rolls all the way into the corner, and he's able to get in the second standing up. No rush needed there. Great placement.
Now the second hitter in the lineup, Blake Fortunato, the shortstop. Simon on at second. Nobody out in the 9th. Maximo delivers. Fly ball left side foul over the net. Steady dose of rainfall here, impacting the game's proceedings. We stopped play in the middle of the 7th, but we're back here in the 9th. 0-1 count coming. Pickoff attempt towards second, a lollipop throw in to Flashner. No tag attempt.
Yeah, and guess who's on base right now at second? It's Gus Simon. They've been trying to pick him off all night because they know he's an explosive runner. Got to keep him there on the bag and not let him get that big of a lead.
Simon's getting a decent lead. Flashner is sticking right to him. 0-1. Low. Ball 1. From Wes Maximo, the New Jersey native playing here in New York. Jacobs at first place is pulled in. Fernsler at second is deep on the grass. 1-1. High pitch for 2-1 now the count.
Yeah, good movement there on that curve. Got it to fly in just a little too high there on the delivery. But good motion on the pitches here from Maximo.
2-1 is the count. Simon on at second. The pitch is fouled along the right side. Blake Fortunato with an opportunity to get the potential 6th run home for Oneonta, with Simon in scoring position at second base. Maximo set, checks second, delivers home. Down the middle of the plate, strike number 3. And there is 1 out in the inning.
Left fielder number 5, Maxwell Bowers.
Maxwell Bowers to hit next.
Bowers in this game, 2 singles, a strikeout, and the ground out. He's been able to make contact tonight. Let's see what he can do against Maximo.
The first pitch of the AB sails high for ball 1 into the glove of Ian Wirtz, the catcher. Beneath the steady fall of rain, Maximo sets on the mound. 1-0 pitch coming to the plate, and here it is. And that is going to be strike number 1 to even up the count. Top of the 9th, 5-3 Oneonta on opening day of the PGCBL season here at Donovan Stadium at Murnane Field. Simon leading off the bag, and that pitch barely makes contact with the wood, and it's strike 2 on the foul. One ball and 2 strikes. Maximo leans in now, straightens up. In his set. Simon stays put at second, swing and a miss. He struck him out. Bowers is retired. There's 2 out in the top of the 9th for Chris Florentino.
That's 2 straight strikeouts there for Maximo. First one was looking to, and then the second one was swinging. So both kinds of strikeouts here, back to back for Maximo, who, besides the opening, the double to lead off the 9th here, has really done a great job.
First pitch settles upstairs, and it's 1-0 on the count. Chris Florentino is the hitter. Gus Simon's the runner at second. Wes Maximo is the pitcher, trying to keep this game a 2-run affair and leave open a possible comeback attempt in the bottom of the 9th for the home team. Strike 1, outside corner.
Yeah, Florentino's the one that got that big triple off of Aycock earlier tonight. He's shown he has that power. Let's see if he can do it again here.
1-1 pitch coming. Maximo stares in and deals. In tight, 2-1. PJ Strand, the DH, on deck. But Chris Florentino has the count to his disadvantage. Actually, his advantage, 2-1. And the pitch is inside, and the count furthers to his advantage, 3-1. 2 out in the top of the 9th inning. A 5-3 lead for Oneonta, and the Outlaws have Simon in scoring position, patrolling second. Both teams want to start off their season 1-0. And a 3-1 pitch settles outside for ball 4. So now it is first and second with 2 down. And the Outlaws further threatening to put more runs on the board. Here comes PJ Strand now, who's had some good at-bats earlier in this contest. He seeks another one here in the 9th. Strand is settled, and he awaits the first pitch from Maximo, and it's in tight for strike 1. It fooled me because he hopped away from the pitch, so it looked like it was ball 1. Nope, caught the corner for a strike.
Strand has singled and walked on the night tonight. So he's been able to get himself on base.
0-1, and that's a little bit high to even up the count. 1-1. Rain still very much a factor. That may make fielding harder. We saw an error by Fortunato at shortstop earlier after the delay ended. And a 1-1 pitch is outside. The rain is really picking up right now. You can kind of feel it reverberate around the stadium. And where we are under the roof, you can still feel a little bit of the mist. But the game continues on in a critical juncture in the top of the ninth. 2-1 pitch coming to Strand. Simon takes off, swing and a miss. Throw down to third base, gets away. Simon's gonna dash home, and he scores the 6th run of the game for Oneonta. A throw went wild at third base after Simon stole the bag, and then the throw got away into the outfield. So it's now 6-3 Outlaws. That's the big run they needed to keep their lead back to 3 where they like it.
Yeah, after Utica started closing things back up with their run back in the bottom of the 8th, Oneonta needed that, and they've scored off of wild pitches and walks tonight. And
strike 3 called to Strand. Well, Strand is stranded at home plate, but Simon scores from third on the errant pickoff attempt. We are innings. Oneonta leads Utica 6-3. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. Bottom of the 9th coming up. See if the Blue Sox can mount a 3-run comeback. Here we go, bottom of the 9th. Utica needs 3 runs to tie and send it to a 10th and 4 more to win. And actually, PJ Strand striking out means there is free Taco Bell for the people in attendance. There aren't many left due to the rain, but those who are there are going to get a treat after this if they want. Howard still in the game, and there's the first pitch strike. 0-1. Swung on, lifted towards center field, and that's going to be caught by the second baseman Clark, moving out, and there's one away.
Third baseman, number 6, Justin Levine.
After Carvelli pops out to second, Justin Levine steps in. One away, 2 outs to go before Oneonta can pick up their first win of the year in game number 1. It'd be a great start to their campaign. Howard zips it in there, strike 1. Oh, 1 pitch. There's strike number 2. Quickly 0-2 on Justin Levine. Last time up, he reached base on a hit by pitch. 0-2 pitch. That ball gets away off of the glove of Mayer to the backstop. It's 1-2.
Yeah, and you see Levine got hit by a pitch last time up. Not only did he get hit by a pitch his last time up, the time before that, he also got hit by a pitch. So he's been pelted with baseballs here tonight.
1-2 from Howard. In there, strike 3. 2 out in the bottom of the 9th, and the Outlaws are 1 out away from going on the road to Utica and coming out of there with a victory. Alex Jacobs is the last hope for the Blue Sox in the 9th.
Yeah, Levine did not agree with that last call. You saw him kind of jabbing at the umpire there, but the umpire can't change this call after he makes it, so 2 down. And Blue Sox down to their final out.
Will Howard looking to finish off this game right here and pick up the save. Swing and a miss. Alex Jacobs looking to get a big hit and attempt to kickstart a rally. It's 1-1 as that pitch sails wide of the mark. All the infielders for the Outlaws are deep. And a 1-1 pitch is cut on and missed. And Jacobs and the Blue Sox are down to their final strike on opening day. 6-3 the score in favor of the Outlaws. And they are close to winning the ball game. Howard stands straight, now on his wind. The 1-2 pitch, outside and high. 2-2. Nobody on and 2 away. Howard deals in the dirt and blocked by Mayer. Count runs full, so Jacob stays alive for the time being. On a rain-soaked evening, a fun ball game between the Outlaws and the Blue Sox, and it may be close to over here. That's at least what Howard wants. 3-2 pitch. Outside ball 4, and the game continues as Jacobs takes a 2-out base on balls.
That's a big walk there for the Blue Sox. If you're going to kickstart a rally, it starts by getting someone on. And when you're down to 1 out, you don't really care how you do it.
Adrian Diaz, the designated hitter, tries to keep this game alive. Actually, Diaz will be pinch hit for by Christian Cerrone.
So it's actually going to be a pinch runner here
that
they're bringing in. So Cerrone will run in the place of Jacobs.
Thank you so much, Killian, for the correction. Diaz is, in fact, the hitter, but Christian Cerrone will pinch run at first base. Howard, with his first pitch, swung on and driven towards left center field. Making the catch for the final out is Florentino, and the ball game is over. The Oneonta Outlaws take down the Utica Blue Sox on opening day by a final score of 6-3.
Well, for what that game was, I mean, it was certainly a long one. It was almost 3.5 hours long. Final time between first pitch and the end of the game, as we're about to hear. But anyways,
we're going to hear it over the PA system. It certainly was a long game. It was a trying game for both squads, and there's a lot to learn. What do you think was the biggest thing to learn from this 3 hour plus game, Killian? What do you think the Blue Sox should learn most about it?
Well, Utica, their offense did struggle tonight. Only 3 runs off of 5 hits. They were making contact, but they were just not really able to get the ball to drop where they want. I expect that the Blue Sox are going to be focusing a little bit here on just getting hits, getting more runners on base, and just keeping their offense on the field longer, because there were a number of 1, 2, 3 innings we saw today, all pitched by this Outlaw defense.
Well, that is going to do it for our broadcast. It was so great to be with you. Despite some of the rain, it was a lot of fun, and we're going to do it all season long here for the Utica Blue Sox. For Killian Heffron and Louis Leibowitz, I'm Morgan Spriggs, wishing you a great weekend and a dry weekend, if you can do it. Thank you so much for listening, and we will see you soon. Take down the Blue Sox 6-3. Goodbye, everybody.